I look, today we're making things happen, all right? I don't know what we're making happen, but it's gonna be something. There's something I wanted to check. Where is it? I think it's here. Yeah. Okay. So I'm currently looking at some shaders, yeah? And I've written a couple shaders. Actually, I think it's been a bit since I've even kind of shown off what we've got here, but we have 3 effects that actually use shaders. Half as a test for me to get a little familiar with shaders, and half as a like actual effects, I guess. So the great thing is that theoretically, um, this here is an abstract class that sort of manages all the shader-based effects, because you can really only have one shader active at a time. And so to that effect, we're going to have this, where basically this shader, since they all extend the shader effect class, before I apply it, I check to see if there is one of that instance already active. And then for some of them, I have some specific exclusions. Not this. We don't need to worry about that one. Like, I don't think you actually have any specific exclusions. You don't have any specific exclusions. Did the grayscale have specific exclusions? Yeah, it did. The memory game was a specific exclusion. I'm not sure why the memory game is a specific exclusion. The rainbow one technically actually doesn't need to be a specific exclusion either. Because the rainbow one does work, technically, with it, but I'm just gonna leave that as the exclusion. I'm not too sure about this one, though. Where's my memory game one? So yeah, we got that. So I think I'm gonna make another post effect. I don't know what this is gonna do. I'm just gonna call it. Well, what was I just looking at? Oh yeah, this glint one. I don't know how this would even work. Because there's a glint fragment shader and there's a glint vertex shader. I'm not sure what the difference is. Compared to this, what is this out? Oh, it's a fragment color. These are all fragment shaders, except for this one. This is a vertex shader. This rotates and scales. I've technically already accomplished this. I got no fucking clue about that one. Okay, we're gonna apply the glints. I'm gonna see what they do. I have no idea. Right? We're gonna apply the vertex shader and the fragment shader. I don't think there's any config for it that I need to worry about. Unless I can modify the dynamic transforms. It's the color modulator. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. One step at a time. I have no idea if this will do anything. Total fog value, fog environment, star fog environment, and blah, 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 times glint alpha. Glint alpha, I guess that's on globals, right? Yeah, it is. It's right here. I don't think I can modify. I can modify this. Like, this is a really complicated one. You create a bunch of target buffers. I see. Isn't this a list? No. It's an object. I think that's all I'm gonna need. Let's get this on the side so I know what it is. Now this is a list of the passes that I make. This is core glint. Core glint. Oops. Write it to here. We'll see what happens if I just write it directly to here. Are there any uniforms? Right, because this should be the uniforms for, like, this uniform is for this. Like, if I look at the color convolve to post, color convolve is a fragment shader. It has this uniform right here. Now, I don't know if I can actually modify these uniforms. I might not be able to. We're just gonna have no uniforms then, I guess. Because there are no uniforms to have for that. There we go. I was wondering why this made, like, no sense. That makes more sense. Okay, so now that I have this effect, We can see if it does anything at all. I need to go to networking constants. It is used? Yeah, it is. You're what? Hello? Wow, you're really not gonna. Okay. Be like that? And then what do I need? I need the get ID. This will return ID. And now I also need get codex, which will return codex. What else do I need? Oh, I need the on-send callback, which does nothing. Alright, networking payloads. Payload type registry. I have that, and now I need to, under client callbacks, I need to register. I don't even have the effect. And then implement the methods. I don't know why you put it here, but whatever. We'll have this. We'll leave that as not stackable. I don't have that initialized there. And then we go back here. That's that. Oh, the wrong way. Can I, like, get this without having to... Whatever. I have to return this here. Now I register the shader callback. And there's one more thing I need. Yeah, the shader status packet receiver. Okay, so we have that, we have that, we have that. We can test and see if this works. I really would like to refactor some of this so I don't have to create like 5 different things to set this up. Because every time I forget something. Like, I almost certainly have forgotten something here. I don't know what it is, but I forgot something. And this at the very least does something, because this outputs a color. I have no idea what this will do, so, brace yourself. This either does something horrendous. If you're sensitive, I have no idea what this is doing, by the way. We are in uncharted territory. I don't know what this is even going to look like, if anything at all. First, let's make sure that we still have shaders working. Yep, so this is the grayscale one. It just makes everything grayscale. Pretty dope. That trolled the hell out of me for a minute. I thought it did something, and then it didn't do shit. It just doesn't do anything. Right. Even with stairs here, it doesn't do anything. See if that changes anything. It doesn't look like it does. Oh my god, can you not? Brother. And you would be immune. I'm glad I have that. Okay, well, notably... Thanks. Notably, this doesn't do anything. Interesting. Why it not do anything? I'm gonna leave, actually, you know what? You know what we're gonna do? Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna find this. This here, our vertex shader, we're gonna change that. So the same vertex shader we've used for all. Screen quad. Can I just exclude this block? The problem is, since I don't know what this shader is trying to do, I don't know if it's actually doing anything. That's the problem. Please spell correctly. Brother. Okay, so that's not change anything. The fragment shaders doesn't do anything. What is this even? Oh, I know what this is for. This is for drawing like enchanted equipment and stuff. But I don't know how it does that. Unless it specifically needs to use a post-processor effect. How does this work? It multiplies it by this fade. Not actually changing the color. It's just changing the way it fades. I need to look at something far away in the fog when this is active. Because that would change how this is working. Because it does depend a lot on fog. For some reason, it depends a lot on fog. I guess it's to keep it consistent or something? I don't know. What if I actually set... Oh, it's that thing. Okay, so I see sort of what's going on here. It's not actually applying, it doesn't actually apply the glint effect. This is just relating to the alpha. Interesting. If it just relates to the alpha, then obviously this isn't changing anything. I would expect it to at least change something. This color modulator is from... dynamic transforms? Yeah. Oh wait, it's dynamic uniforms. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Go to it. Oh, look at this. Dude, find usages of this. I refuse to believe that this thing just doesn't write at all. Write all? What the hell is this? You know what? This is not what I care about. Go to game options. Alright, we're in game options right now. I probably don't need this open right now. What I'm checking is something about glint here. Okay, let's look for glint. I said Control F. Buddy! Glint speed, glint strength. This is private. Wait, how do you even access this? Get glint speed. I see. And where is this done? Special item glint consumer. This makes a texture transform. Right, this is an individual render layer. Which changes whichever one's being used. When you draw this render layer, you draw what's in the layer's buffer. Hold on, we're I'm getting somewhere. There's a buffer builder. Basically, after this, I want to take the contents of the solid render layer buffer and then put it through the glint render layer buffer, which means it's not a shader, which means I need to mix in, which is hard to do. Well, not really. I just need to mix in into here, check if this render layer is render layer.solid. If it is, right here, right? If it is, I take this buffer builder and I can I iterate over the buffer allocator? Because this allocates here. I want to render it before or after. I don't know. Either way, I'm gonna need a mixin into an implementation of this draw, which is immediate, right? So I mix it into this. I mix it into this draw. I check this render layer, and then I copy this buffer. And then the layer draws it. Okay, I mean, we can see how that works. I mix it into this method right here. I can just inject into the head. When I draw this built buffer, does it consume the buffer? It closes it here. That's a problem. Well, then I don't worry about that. Because although this is a built buffer, this I should be able to call multiple times, right? This dot ensure building. Okay, hello. Which this will be at that point. End vertex. Okay. That's fair. How's it going? And then we build it again. This building is false. No, dude, don't do it multiple times. Then this build again. Oh my lordy lord. I need to be able to access this to build this buffer here so that I have two built buffers that are the same. This is not worth it, I promise you. It is 110% not worth it. Oh my lord. So this is gonna be an interface. It's gonna be the buffer builder ASM. Mixin. This is going to be accessor. Oh, I need a buffer here. This is a built buffer, I believe. Build. It's an interface. What am I doing? Oh, well, yeah, make it a mixin. So let me explain what I'm trying to do and why I don't think this is a good idea. Buffer builder dot class invalid accessor name build, but I have it. What the fuck are you talking about? This dot build. Cannot find field build. Oh, no. Oh, wait. It's not accessor. It's invoker. Invalid invoker name build? What do you mean? It's fine. There is a build. Why do I need a buffer? So, now the reason why I need a buffer is I need to access this. What I intend to do here is I intend to take everything drawn on the solid render layer. I'm going to copy all of that over, and I'm going to draw it on the glint render layer. I don't know if this will do anything at all. But maybe it'll make the world kind of glinted. And that's kind of cool. And the way we do that is I copy it over temporarily. I have a temporary copy. Then, after it draws this, I do it again. But I do it with... I pass in a different buffer. Alright. Can I even add to this shit? And so we have to draw twice. First I have to draw... It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. Basically, yeah. So we have this, and then I'm going to need a separate mixin. This mixin is going to go into vertex and consumer provider immediate mix in. We're going to mix in into immediate dot class. Then we're going to inject. The method is going to be draw this one. Our injection location is going to be at the head. So I'm going to take the render layer. We're going to take the buffer builder. Nope, wrong one. And our callback info. So, if our layer is render layers.solid, if we're the solid one, then this is the buffer I want to use. The way we're going to do this is we're going to build the buffer by doing this. This is going to be buffer builder ASM mixin ASM builder. We're going to cast it so that I can do ASM builder dot, not this. This has to be called on the buffer. Now I can call this. Ignore auto-closable. It doesn't matter. What do you mean you can't resolve the symbol of the buffer? It's right here. Oh, this is builder, excuse me. Passing builder to object is redundant. Are we sure about that? I guess we are. Okay. I thought I needed to duck type that. Maybe I don't. Alright. Add that. Return value of the method is never used. Lies and slander. It is. So I now need. See, this is a mixin. Get the player first. We're gonna drop this player here. And the player's not null, and glinted effect dot is client tracked. What the heck? Then we do this. Now I need to remember this builder. And then I can dereference it. Okay, this is a built buffer. I can't really put it into anything. I need a separate class. That's annoying. Build buffer. Okay, there we go. Retrieve buffer. This is just this. We dereference it. We return temp. We make this optional. This is optional dot of nullable. Just in case. You never know. Alright, now we store the buffer. Glinted buffer handler dot store buffer. We store this bad boy. That's all we do here. Then I'm gonna put this in an if here. This condition right here. This condition is global to both. Boom. Then if the layer is render layers dot glint, now I need to avoid recursion here because I basically just need it to call that. Unless I make this a modify variable. Oh, dude, brilliant, 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 brilliant. I know exactly what I'm gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. I need to shadow this. We're gonna shadow, this is void draw, render layer buffer builder. This buffer? I call it builder? I call it builder. So when I'm shadowing here, let me make this abstract. When I shadow this, what I'm doing is I'm allowing myself to access it because normally I can't access this, right? This is what I want to access. This is private. I want to be able to access this method and call it from here, which is the class I am writing a mixin into, right? I'm writing a mixin into that class, but I still need to access this method. I'm actually injecting into this method itself, right? I'm injecting into it, but I need to access the regular method itself because I need to call the regular method itself. Because this is why I made it optional. I do glinted buffer handler dot retrieve buffer, and if it's present, we're gonna invoke. I think this is where I need the mixin duck type. No. What am I doing? I don't need to. I don't need to duck type it. I just do this dot draw. I pass in the same layer. As present, I get a minute of a minute 30 of ads. Lol. And then I pass in the buffer. What are you... Oh, it's a built buffer, not a buffer builder. Scheiße. Right. Is our layer translucent? That's the main thing. How would I know if the layer's fucking translucent? Use light map. Oh, translucent. Okay, so in this case, it's not translucent. So I don't even do any of this. I will just call layer.draw with the built buffer. Boom. All right, here's the play. Layer.draw. And I pass in the buffer. Boom. What's your problem? Lambda can replace with method reference. Oh, yeah, do that. So, the idea is I want to copy everything drawn normally on the solid render layer onto the glint render layer. My hope being, and this is where the copium and the real hope comes in, is that it's gonna apply a texture transform to it. Where it's gonna apply this glint texturing to it. So I'm hoping that I draw it normally, and then I draw again, and I apply this glint texturing to it. In order to do that, I need to have a cheeky little workaround. I don't actually need this shadow anymore, actually. Now that I realize. I need a cheeky little workaround where I copy the stored buffer that I get by accessing this. I can't just do what this does, because this actually closes this buffer builder. And when this buffer builder is closed and I try and call end nullable again, I'm going to get a problem. So I go into here because it says it's building false. I just invoke this part because this is the only real part I care about. And I basically build it myself, store a copy of it, and then I let it build itself and run normally. Then it'll be called again. And we're going to retrieve the buffer. Every time we're going to retrieve the buffer. If we have the glinted effect, we're going to retrieve the buffer. If we actually have a buffer stored, then we're going to draw it on that render layer. If not, we're not going to do anything. And this will do something. Maybe. I add this to the mixing config. I have this on the mixing config, so I needed that one. And I have this. Now, this isn't actually a shader effect anymore. Assuming this works. Which, I'm going to be completely honest, I have, like, no evidence that this will actually do anything. So, if this does anything at all, we're keeping... God damn it. Why did it crash? This means it's doing something, but whatever it did, it certainly didn't like it. Ah, shit. You see this? This is what I wanted to avoid. Why is that happening though? It's on bufferbuilder.build. What? It shouldn't even be doing anything. Hold on. Is it just an invoker? This here shouldn't even be doing anything. Because we don't have the effect. What the fuck is going on here? Minecraft client render, buffer builder, build. This is the method. Doesn't this just allow me to invoke this? Isn't that all it do? Why are we getting a Stack Overflow problem? I think I have the wrong mix and annotation. I can call this call build. Oh, wait, no. Make this an invoker. This can be call build. This is what it wants it to do. However, all non-static handlers should be prefixed as so instead. This is because when the accessor mixin is merged, the handler will remain unchanged, and if there is a problem related to the handler, it's useful to know who owns it. Additionally, if another mod decides to create a duck interface with a method called getFieldName, when that is merged alongside your accessor mixin, whichever one applies last will overwrite the other, and you end up with a conflict that may crash or cause unintended behavior. So this is why we're doing this. Now it shouldn't mess shit up. Right? Oh, that was a problem. Holy moly. Okay. Okay. I hear ya. I see ya. I feel ya. Alright. Let's see if this does anything at all. And the answer is it does jack shit. It doesn't actually apply any texturing, which is what I was hoping it would do. I'm checking entity solid, entity no outline, blah, 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 blah. Bug filled box, lines, debug point. What? It immediate.draw passes in render layers.solid. Thanks, mate. You're great. What are you doing up there? An angel in the sky. I have no idea what that was. I don't know why they're up there. I don't know who they are. They're my guardian angel, apparently. Okay. Now, why is it not... Also, it's been a bit. How's it going? Why is it not doing this? Entity shadow, cutout. Yeah. Entity solid. Shadow, eyes, solid moving block, and portal and gateway, entity solid. Debug filled blocks, lines, debug point, no, outline, armor, entity, glint. Glint? Buffer builder is none. Why is it null? Do I not? I forgot Twitch exists for a while. You know what? That's fair. Okay, so that does complicate a couple things. Okay. Ignore that for now, that's fine. Crumbling. This, you. No, this, you. Solid moving block. Solid moving block? What the fuck? I have a new idea. I have a brand new idea. Wait. I have a brand new idea. Wait. This is genius. It's a terrible idea. Don't trust me. Don't trust me. All right. What we're gonna do here, instead of just checking for this, I don't even care what it is. All I care is that it's not glint. That's all I care about. And then at the tail of this method, we inject I want to do it the tail of that one or the tail of that one. Doesn't matter. We'll do the tail of this one. At tail, right? Boom. On draw end. Render layer. Buffer builder. Callback info. What we're gonna do here, we do the same shtick. Player entity, Minecraft client.getInstance.player. If player is not null and glinted effect is active, we're gonna do the glinted buffer handler dot retrieve buffer dot if present render layers dot glint draw. I don't care what layer it's on. If it's being drawn, I want to draw on the glint layer now too. But I make sure that I do it, so I do this at the beginning to store the buffer, and then at the end of the draw, I draw again with this. Now it's gonna pass through here, right? Because I'm gonna do this. Actually, well, no, it's not gonna pass through here. We're fine. Everything's good. I promise this is going to do something. Maybe. Last time, there was nothing wrong with the effect itself, it's just the effect never ran because the buffers were always empty. But now we mess with shit. Right? Okay. Brace yourself. I have no idea if this will do anything at all. Everybody vanished. Oh my god, what the hell's happening? What is going on? There's like weird stuff. You see that? Something's not right. What? There is a faint. You can sort of see it. I walked into something. I don't know what I walked into. There's a faint something being applied to some of us. I mean, yeah, it's doing something, but what the hell? Yeah, everything is invisible. This is great. Thank you for dropping me to 0 hunger. That's fun. But I still have saturation, technically? I am making haunted Minecraft. Oh my god! I don't know why my hunger bar isn't flipping its collective lid, but, you know, whatever. There's some big ol' fish. Okay, so this does not have the desired effect. I don't know what the desired effect is, though, that's the thing. And the fact that it just makes them invisible. This is not what I wanted. This is not related at all. Trust me, this is a separate effect. Not helpful right now, but this is not at all related to what I was just doing. I think there's a block over here. Yeah, get me on this block. Can you... Brother, you're annoying. Okay, and then that makes everything invisible? Oh, because it's not drawing the blocks. I see. It's not drawing the blocks. What the fuck is this? Oh, that's something. There's a block there. I like how this tropical fish is invisible. Okay, so this don't work. This don't work quite right. Shush. Now, it don't work quite right because, dude, there's random poofs, and those random poofs are the fish flying from my head. Like that. Okay, so as much as invisible entities are fun, that's not the effect I was trying to create here. Is that Bane of Arthropods? Oh yeah, it does. Huh. Okay, so that's not useful. That's not helpful. Enchanted planks? Yeah, they got enchanted with like Bane of Arthropods and Impaling and stuff. It's crazy. What is draw current layer? Draw the current render layer if it's not in layer buffers specified in the constructor. And it still takes a render layer, right? And it still goes to this, so that's not that much of a difference. That's for rendering the stuff in the world, but not for the terrain, dude. This is a terrain. What's this terrain sampler? As if it's null. Fair color and depth textures, frame buffer, color attention. And draw entity outlines. It creates a sampler. Render block layers. This built chunks. List iterator. Render pass. Render object. Makes an enum for each one. It puts that, and then texture manager, get texture. It gets the block atlas texture. Get GL texture view, sprite atlas texture. What do you got here? Item atlas texture, particle atlas texture. I would need this to apply the enchantment glint to a block. How do we do that? One second. Alright, we're fine. This is a separate thing, though. Current render data. Abstract chunk render data? What are you even doing? Oh my gosh, it does some shit, dude. But there's multiple passes, right? Like, list iterator on the built chunks. We get the next one, we get the current render data, we get origin, we get buffers for layer. What block render layers are there even? Solid terrain, cutout terrain, translucent, tripwire terrain. And those are for the different pipelines. Block atlas texture, where does this? Textures atlas blocks.png. What does this look like? It's not in atlases, ironically. Minecraft textures. Brother, there's no... Brother, you realize there's no textures atlas? That's all the textures, but there's no atlas thing. Can you hit me with where that's supposed to be? No, it's creating the texture atlas. Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. I don't care about that. Item atlas texture, particle atlas texture. Where's my glint atlas texture? Or whatever. Get texture. Wait, can't I... Hold on. It's a texture transform. And this render pipeline, does this render pipeline do anything with location? Add vertex shader, add fragment shader. Wait a second. We have these shaders. What if I just switch it to be on the glint pipeline? For starters, there's that. So there's that idea. Switching the pipeline to draw on a different pipeline. Basically, I changed the return for this to be render pipelines.glint. And then here, it just carries on trucking along. I can't block. Wherever it chooses to get the pipeline. You don't get it anywhere? Section render state, which is called under render section. It gets the block layers, and then it renders block render layer group opaque. What does this do? Render section. This calls render section. And then in render section, it gets the pipeline. And it does wireframe, otherwise it does that. Okay, yeah. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I have to make a second pass. We'll see. I am concerned. I just have to go into block render layer. Alright. Not a Kotlin class. We're not writing in Kotlin. Block render layer mixin. We'll see. Block render layer this here. Okay, cool. Now at inject method is get pipeline. At is the head, and it's going to be cancelable. I think this is still void. Change pipeline. Callback info returnable. Render pipeline. Fix method signature. Callback info returnable. Oh, because I didn't. Fucking lovely. I forgot to do that. Alright, so now I get the player again. Player entity player equals Minecraft client dot get instance dot player. If the player is not null, and our glinted effect is tracking them, then I'll do car.set return value render pipelines dot glint. Now, in order to not do all that other nonsense, for now, comment that out. Alright. Can I mess with stuff like this? I don't even know why I'm doing this. But let's see. Does this actually do anything? Let's just get rid of everything. It'll make my life a little easier. Oh shit. This is both awesome and not what I wanted. The world does not exist. Ow. Like, it's kinda cool. What is going on down there that is lagging my game so hard? Oh, this is... I hate this. Oh my god, this is lagging the crap out of my game. Okay, because, like, stop doing dumb particle shit. Stop. Notice the lag, bro. There's a bunch of crap there that's doing shit. Because I'm thinking, like... Cool. Very cool. Alright, so we have that. I don't know where that fox was. Oh, that fox is not real. That was a fake fox. What the fuck is going on over there? I think I know why it's lagging. We're gonna get rid of these end gateways. Any more? There is. Right here. It was... maybe that. It's fine from here. Then when I look this way, we hugging the fuck out. Oh, because there's some up here. And these are the lag devices. What the fuck? Sort of? Not really. That's wild. Okay, well, either way, this is not what we're trying to do here. And, more importantly, I wouldn't want to do this as an effect anyway, because, like, just look what happens to the game, dude. Oh, well, you can't actually tell what's happening with the game, because I have memory game on, which is blocking this. Yeah, I'm getting like 19 FPS. It's kind of cool, but the game hates it with a burning passion. It hates it so much. Also, I got teleported and didn't even realize it. Holy shit. Also, yes, I am just left-handed now. That's a thing. And that's just how that is. Okay, so... What the fuck do you mean that didn't hit you? Okay. I need to do a second pass, right? That's sort of the idea. Because it's drawing it once, and then it's drawing it all on the glint layer. Or something. Okay, I need to know how this glint... Okay, we might be getting somewhere. It might be trying to apply that on the texture, but it fucks up, basically. We're also going to turn off this as well. I don't know if that's going to make a difference, but we're turning that off just in case. Just in case that has an effect on it. Can it draw again? As per layer. Holy shit, this is tricky. It's applying. Applying the shaders. Okay, where is this used? It's used in render layers.glint, which is used here. And it gets a buffer passing in that layer. This vertex consumer provider, this get buffer. This dot pending and dot get. This is so fucking annoying. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know if I'm getting anywhere with this, but it is interesting. We are learning a little bit. Now, this doesn't have any vertex consumers. I don't think so. From multiple indexed. Go to implementations of this. This is a render pass implementation. Draw objects with render pass. Okay. We set an index buffer. We set a vertex buffer. We draw object with render pass, which takes me here. This is just drawing all that shit. What I want to know is how I can apply that then. If I even want to do this, I still don't even know if it matters. It gets the pipeline, it gets the shader program, it does all this nonsense. Alright. I've reached a conclusion. The conclusion I've reached is I don't care about this anymore. Ah, nice waste of time. Alright, we don't need this. Delete this one. Boom. View usages. Get rid of this. Rerun the save. Delete. Okay. Delete this. View usages. We're in buffer builder, or sorry, we're on this thing. Vertex consumer provider mixin. Okay. You delete. Rerun the save, delete. Alright. Rerun the save, delete. There's one more. Rerun the save, delete. Okay, that's gone. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna just refactor. Wasn't there something that I undid here? I mean, there's this. It's on the callbacks, right? Yeah. We're gonna go here. We're gonna refactor this. We're gonna rename the effect entirely. We're gonna do something else entirely. We're gonna bake them. I'm gonna see if I can get like some really messed up shader thing going. This is still a shader effect, so we can still do that. There's nothing glinted about that. Nor that. That's there. That's that. Okay, now this. This needs to also be renamed. This. Now I apply a different effect under shaders. Oh, this is for mosaic and stuff. This is for... There's this color modulate. No, it multiplies it by that. What's this even multiplying this by? I don't know, but we're gonna change this to the blit. This is under post, yeah? Blit. And then we're gonna have uniforms. I think uniforms is, I think it's a list, actually. I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need that. Or that, 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 or that. Uniforms, oh, it's an object, and then I just specify the thing. Okay, yeah. This is the blit config. Now it's a list. Right? Yeah, okay. Color modulate. What are you doing? Type. Amount of value. Yeah, so that's still there, and then I specify that. Okay, so, I assume this is in the form RGBA. What if I do, like... What if I just put a bunch of 2s? And see how that goes. Why did you stop? So I think it's just taking all the RGB and alpha values and basically just doubling them, which should make everything be like, I don't know, something. I guess it would be slowly shifting everything towards white. I don't know about that. Um, oh, no, wait. I messed up. For starters, this needs to be called bake now. Secondly, this is bake. This needs to be bake as well. This needs to be bake as well, or else it's just not going to work. So now that that's unused, all right, now we're good. All right, I will, let's see, if I multiply a lot of these values, wouldn't that just slowly shift everything to white? I basically want to make everything like super high contrast or something. I don't know, we'll see what this does. We just mess around with stuff at this point. It might not do anything. Oh my god, it makes everything lighter. It actually does kind of make everything higher color. Makes everything brighter. Neat. Okay, so now that I know... Pausing the game breaks it. What the fuck? Cannot invoke Minecraft.mbt.mbt element copy because value is null. What? I don't know if I did anything for this. It occurred when it tried to save. It might have been because I changed the name of the effect and the effect doesn't exist anymore and it tries to save it and it's unable to. So that might be a one-time crash. I'll make this like this. This is now going to make everything a lot brighter. I'm pretty sure it was just because of that. Or there's something I forgot. Alright, so it's making everything a lot brighter, but it's making everything whiter. Not really what I'm looking for here. Oh my god! Oh my god, what is... Everything's just been baked, bro. What is this? Oh, it's a quartz pillar. Wrong, this is just a block of white. What is this? Blue concrete? Mm-hmm. Sure. So we definitely can do other stuff on top of this, though. Right? If I grayscale this... then you'd end up with a lot of black, which would be interesting. If I inverted it, you would end up with a lot of black, but different. And with a lot of black, but different black. Unfortunately, we can't stack shaders because there can only be one active at a time. I can't do another pass with another one unless that's defined in its shader program. These things fuck off, bro. So that's interesting. I don't like that, though. That just crashed on me again. Likely from the same reason. Shit, you gotta be kidding me. MBT element copy because value is null. Shit. This is... I put the persistent state here. I put the server state here. Active effects. New idea. New idea. I think because I did what I did, the save had a problem. So if I make a new world, if it saves without crashing, then I know it's just problematic data. Make a new world. This is 1.3, but it doesn't break. Look, it saves. I can pause the game and it doesn't break. Which is good. Because now, if I do this, that world saved. If I go into here, I pause the game, it tries to save, it crashes. What? There we go. Okay, so yeah, it's just bad stuff. And so I'm thinking what's happening is... let's see. So you're not writing to NBT. 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 You're writing to NBT. I guess the write to NBT, yeah. It writes it to NBT, okay. And it writes the duration. I'm assuming somewhere down the line something's null, and it doesn't like it. I get a null pointer or something. So I get a null pointer somewhere. NBT element dot copy because value is null. Which I presume is trying to do this. I assume it's the right NBT here. And it writes this. And then somewhere along the line, I guess this is null then? I don't know, dude. It doesn't matter. I figured out the problem. What if I then pass it through a color convolve? As a second pass? You think we can do that? So I output this to swap. We have a second pass. This second pass uses the same vertex shader. Please help me. Screen quad. Fragment shader. Shader, yes, indeed. This is Minecraft post. Color convolve. Sampler name in the target is swap. Uniforms. This is color config, I believe. Oops. A color config, yep. And then this needs to be a list. Yeah, and then the first one, we're going to be modifying these things. The red matrix, the green matrix, and the blue matrix. Name, red matrix, type, vec3, value. Now this is RGB. I'll like increase the red by like double the amount I increase the rest of this by. This makes sense? So now this is gonna be 2.5, 5, and 2.5. This is the blue matrix. Vec3. That is gonna be 2.5, 2.5, and 5. Actually, I'm gonna make it 1 and then 0.5 and 0.5. We'll see how that goes. So that's after the uniforms block, and then I have output, I believe. Yeah, output. Output. This is where we go to the main. All right, just like that. So now it's gonna do that big, make everything kind of bake, and then we're gonna try and emphasize the color a little bit. I'm not sure. We're multiplying by shit, and shit's happening. What this will do is it'll get rid of some of the white. Maybe. I pretend like I know what this does. This is the wrong. This is nope. We don't want this one. Get out of here. God damn it. Delete that world. I can also write my own shaders. Instead of using the built-in ones, I could write my own shaders, but that's like including my own textures. And I think that goes against the design philosophy. I want to use what's in Minecraft alone to accomplish all these effects. Writing custom shaders, that's fine. I'm basically just applying shaders in different ways, but if I'm writing my own shaders, it's different, right? This here, get the fuck out of here. That's sort of my philosophy. I don't want to do any effect that requires me to create something new, like a shader or a block, right? Oh my god, we baked. This just made everything white. Except for the trees. Like, I've just been getting worse. But this is an experience. Somebody turned on the lights. Ascended. There's a wolf around here? I'm gonna be real, I wouldn't know. Oh, there is a wolf. Got the snow blindness debuff. You're right. Okay, so if this is not accomplishing what I want, now we just tweak the shader, right? I'm gonna do something like this. This is all just trial and error. I could maybe look into like, okay, if I have an input color, how do I change that input color into being, you know, extremely bright and high contrast? Okay, so this is what happens when we turn off the other thing. Basically, this is basically what the color convolve is doing. You can see how it's sort of making everything brighter, which we don't want. Yo, but it makes the sky, dude. Did you see the sky? Oh my lord. That was fucking wild. No, no, no. That looked sick. So it's just that because it's bright. It makes the bright stuff really bright. Thank you for making me bounce. I appreciate that. Makes the bright stuff really bright. And it makes the dark stuff kinda really dark? I don't know, dude. I know the color modulate is not actually changing anything. Because when I have this like this, let's do that. Now all this does is it multiplies everything by 1. So now we should be able to see raw sort of what this is doing. And that is, I don't fucking know. I don't know what that's doing. What if we now cranked this up? Try and exaggerate the effect so that I can kind of learn what it's trying to do. Because what it's doing is that it's taking it and it's doing the dot product. It's taking the red value and doing the dot product. So it's taking the RGB value and it's going to dot product this RGB value with the red matrix, and that's going to be the new red value. And so what I want to do is I want to emphasize the red on it, unless it's like unless it's reverse. If it were reverse, what we would see is we would see, if it was stored in blue, green, red, and not red, green, blue, we would see the green still be emphasized. So that's... Oh my god, this is sort of what I was looking for here. Yeah, this is sort of the idea. Look at this, dude. Holy crap. That's sort of the idea of what I wanted to accomplish here. We're getting there. How's this look on the surface? It looks like... Holy shit. Looks interesting up here too. It still kind of exaggerates the green and the red. And I need a blue. Oh, my blue has turned into white. Well, that's a thing. Why you turn into white? Overstimulation headache simulator. Exactly. Wait, it has something to do with the lighting of it. Well, this just makes light parts light and not light parts normal. That's all it does. It's basically glorified night vision. I hate this. I mean, it's kind of cool. Okay, here's the idea. I know you hate it, but hear me out. Also makes lava a very yucky yellow. Dude, I kind of like that, though. What if we just... In the blue part, just crank it. In the blue part, crank it. In the green part, eliminate everything else but the green. In the red part, encourage mining and turn you into a mole person. I mean, yeah, but I don't really like the effect like this. Right? Hello. I don't really like the effect like this. I'm okay if the high contrast makes it visible, but it's not really applying what I'm looking for here. Threat of blindness is not a great way to encourage it. That's so true. That's so true. Alright. Bake. Oh my god, we've turned techno. Holy shit, this is just purple. Wait a second. We're at the club, dude. We're raving. Underground. Above ground. We're still kind of raving above ground. I'm gonna be real. We are still kind of raving above ground. Dude, but in here, a full flux. Is there a Minecraft rave mod? I want to make the skeletons rave. I feel like there's gotta be. What if I just made an effect that just made every entity jump all the time? Just every single one, just jump. If they're on the ground, jump. There's gotta be one, but there does not have to be a good one. This is also true. This has inspired me. Wait. This has inspired me. This has inspired me. We gotta have a rave effect. I have been inspired. This is, probably timed. Simple extends simple timed chaos effect. Perfect. And what am I doing? What's the usual what is a typical rave duration? How long do raves last? You know? $72 hours? Okay. Can we make it a reasonable duration? 72 hours. I can make that 72 seconds. $72 times 20. 72 seconds. Minimum. Maximum? We're gonna go for double that. I feel like something a bit over a minute works fine. Yeah. Alright, so now I need to implement the other methods. Can it stack? Absolutely it can stack. Is it applicable? Or MCCE API dot accessor our chaos effects not active. Chaos effects dot Simon says. If Simon says sneak and you are in the middle of the middle of a rave, you instantly die. So maybe don't do that. That one's gotta be a no-go. What else? Is there anything else that's going to be problematic from constantly jumping? Clippy, because jumping doesn't matter there. Rave that kills you. Press L to levitate because you can't jump then. And smackdown because that kills you instantly as well. So, what did I say? There is the press L to levitate. Clippy. And smackdown. Now I gotta go to these ones. Are they all mutually exclusive? Yes, they should all be mutually exclusive. I think so. Where's my Simon Says? Are Chaos effects not active. Memory game. I have to go here and add rave. Where is my rave? Right here. Chaos effect registry entry rave. Rave. Let me note this down. Actually exclusive with rave. And then there was the press L to levitate, which is also mutually exclusive with rave. I need to note this down for the wiki later. And there was Clippy, which is mutually exclusive with rave. And then Smackdown. Exclusive with rave. Okay. And then it's a new effect. Alright. Good. So I did this one. Did I do the press L to levitate? I did, right? I did not. Are chaos effects not active? Rave. Alright, now I go to Smackdown. The moon, Clippy, press L to levitate. Rave. Did I do Clippy? I did not. Okay. And then we did press L to levitate, and then we did Smackdown, and then we did Simon Says. Alright, cool. So now this is the fun part. This here. Chaos lib dot get box centered on player with radius. I need, how'd I do this? I think it was, where's my mob vision effect? I'm basically doing the same thing here. Get entities by class, right, okay. Player dot get entity world dot get entities by class. We're gonna get living entity dot class. Chaos lib dot get box centered on player with radius. A radius, like a 15 block radius. Let's put that here. And then there's gotta be something else that we do. Predicate. It's a predicate for the living entity. Living entity. Living entity is on ground. If they're on the ground, we make them jump. For each one... Can I just jump? Oh my gosh, dude, I can just... jump. That's the idea. It just makes all the mobs, if they're on the ground, they jump. That should work the way I want it to. Now I go here and down here. This has been a very fun little diversion. Alright. Let's see it in action. If it does absolutely anything. Now, some mobs won't be able to jump. But that's fine, we don't care about that. Oh my god, dude, they're jumping! Look at that, they're jumping! I have chickens flying out of my head right now. Wait, this thing can jump? Wait, what? A news to me? But it doesn't make me jump, dude. I need to be jumping too. It's not a rave if I'm not jumping at the same time. I like the creeper jumping on the... that. This. This is great. This is great. They even jumped as they died. Enderman not raving? No, Enderman raving, we just aren't close enough. It's only a 15 block radius around me. Dude, do you see him vibrating in here? Dude, he... a rave-deus, if you will. You see this, man? He's just fucking bumping. My controls have been inverted. This is great. Dude, he was going in. Okay, so... having a pan attack in the corner. Classic case of glove acting. You're so right. Also, the screen is sideways now. And my controls are inverted. The controls are inverted, the screen is sideways. This is borderline unplayable. I love that. I love that for me. So here's what we gotta do. I don't know if this gets me. Error.exe, I am now walking against the wall. I'm getting my deposit back. I don't... wait, shouldn't this... oh wait, because I don't think the player extends a living entity. No, the player should extend a living entity. Brother, what? extends player-like entity, which extends living entity. Why have you not gotten me? Okay, what about the player-like entity? Do we have a jump here that doesn't do anything? No, okay, a living entity. Do we have a jump here? We certainly have a jump. We should have a jump. Jump. Get jump velocity. It might be this box. Nope, that doesn't actually mean anything. Get entities by class. Type filter, instance of, entity class, box, predicate. Get entities by type. I wonder if it just doesn't get that. What if I do this? If player dot is on ground, player dot jump. Take movement, jumping cooldown. That's bad. Jump, my man, jump. I also have another really funny effect. I have another really funny effect idea. Make me jump, boy. You're making me jump. You know what? I know how to do this. Add player velocity. Update player velocity. Type velocity gets over player, never gonna send packet. I need to send this. Make the player take damage when not actively jumping. Damn. I need to do this. So I need to. I can get the jump boost velocity. That's fine. Cause I don't think it. I don't think it sends the packet. That's all I'm thinking is going on here. I think it's here. My God, mine looks so fun. You can just do whatever. Is jumping, set jumping. Where is that jump boost velocity? Did this not get jump velocity? There we go, that's fine. Alright, and I'm guessing the player... it's fine. Player utils dot update player velocity. No, add player velocity. Player... new vec 3d 0.0 player.get jump velocity. Jump boost velocity modifier? What about my jump velocity? Oh, you're protected. You suck balls. Get attribute value jump strength times get jump velocity modifier plus get jump boost velocity modifier. What is this? Also protected. Brother! You know, I can figure out what it is. I can figure out what it is. Watch this. Boom. Hold on. Now, this Enderman is attempting to jump, right? And so we're getting its jump velocity. This jump velocity is 0.42. Which is probably the same for the player as well. About 0.42. So now we're going to go in. We're going to get the attribute value. This is for the zombie. Sure. What does this get me? It gets strength 1 times 1. Jump velocity multiplier. Oh, that depends on if there is a block that would affect how high you can jump. That's a good fucking point. Alright, I've learned everything I need to learn about that. I should have a player mix-in that I can just kind of go into. This is in living entity. I don't have a living entity one, though. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Alright, whatever. Living entity, ASM mix-in. This is an interface, actually. I actually realize I don't need this open anymore. I can't close it. This is a mix-in into living entity.class. Now, living entity, it does extend entity. I don't think I need to worry about that, though, because this is an interface. I need invoker Invoker. Float MCC get jump velocity. I believe. I gotta find out where that is. Wait, what am I doing? Just jump. Find jump stuff. There we go. Get jump velocity. Yep, okay. Get jump velocity. Add to the mixin config. Bomb inside. We then go into the rave effect. I need to now living entity ASM mixin on you. Get jump velocity. Oh, whoops. This needs to be here. There we go. And now, if we're on the ground, it's going to do that. It's just going to add the player velocity. I guess I could do player.set jumping to true. Just in case that's needed. It should eventually set jumping to false, I'm pretty sure, when we're on the ground. Is jumping... Yeah. Take movement input. If is immobile, it sets... Okay. I need to alt-tab into the game, please. It wasn't... I wasn't able to do shit. Holy shit. I think this is higher than I'm supposed to be jumping. Dude, I'm really raving. Oh, this is a problem. Okay, so now we see this. I'm gonna go in. The add player velocity. It's doing that. Right. I have a new idea. I have a new idea. Because I'm already being forced to jump. And so what I think is happening is I jump once, and then it makes me jump twice at the same time. Yeah. There we go. I just had to send a velocity update packet. And now I can barely jump at all. Wait, so now what I can do is we can do this, and we can apply a multitude of effects. We'll apply the rave. We'll apply the rainbow. And we'll apply the bake. Now we are full party. And my controls are inverted. Lovely. Immediately take a good thing and ruin it, why don't you? Okay, so while cool, this does not really accomplish what I want it to accomplish. This part here, anyway. The shader part. Back on that. Right? This is a fun little diversion. Oh yeah, the shader. Yeah, what we were originally doing. So now it's going to basically take the red component and amplify it. It's going to take the green component and amplify it. It's going to take the blue component and amplify it. And that's all it's going to do. It's just going to amplify the individual red, green, blue components. And then those are going to be the individual red, green, blue components, which basically actually does some stuff. Like this is better than doesn't make everything like super bright. What the fuck is this? Oh, the fucking chickens. That's what that line is. What? They don't even die, dude. They no-clip through the lava, that's why. Oh, dumb as fuck. Alright, so I'm thinking we must exaggerate even more. We're going to, anything worth doing is worth overdoing. 50 times multiplier. This is just gonna crank the red, it's gonna crank the green, it's gonna crank the blue. Hopefully it doesn't make everything just stark white. That's what we're trying to avoid. If we hit stark white, then we know that there's a sweet spot in there somewhere that we gotta hit. I have a different skin like 5 minutes ago. Every time I log in, it gives me a different default skin. Because I'm logging in actually as a different player. This is why the chaos effects don't persist when I relog, right? Like now I don't have the chickens flying from my head, because I'm technically a different player. Okay, indeed, make them big. I like how the lava is just yellow. And the planks. The planks are just yellow. Okay, those guys are... You're very big. The green kind of gets mangled a touch. Red turns into cheese, and blue is just white. Right, yeah. Blue is just white. This water has turned into milk. Except over here, which is weird. Blue in the absence of other stuff. What the hell was that? I don't even know what that was. A random ass zombie down there. Okay. Well, this is... The water looks so yummy. This... I think we're gonna... We're gonna do a 10, we're gonna do a 30, we're gonna do a 50. And we're gonna multiply this by 3. And then I'm gonna crank this down to like 10. We're gonna do this one at like 25. And I think we're gonna do that one at 5. And we're gonna see what that looks like. These are random values. Because blue is closer to gray than red is. Is that true? No, blue contributes less luminosity than red. Dude, I don't fucking know. I'm out here trying, alright? What the fuck have I created? What are you? Oh, you're an Enderman. Oh, you look like... You look special, that's what you look like. This is cool though, but uranium gaming? It's radioactive, bro. Oh my gosh, this looks like a heat map. Almost. Oh my god. Trying to stream so hard, the on-screen chat is unreadable. It's readable. It's legible. More legible now? Alright, so hold on, I need to do some research. There's gotta be a way to make a high contrast color. Or a high saturation color. High saturation. Full saturated color on RGB. One color must be set to max brightness, and one color set on 0. And one color set on 0. Yo, wait. What if I set this to 10, 10, 0? 10, 10, 0. Dude, I don't know, man. I don't know. I realize this is 10, 0, 0. You know what I'm trying to do? Like, I'm trying to exaggerate all the colors on the screen. Not like this. My values are too crazy. I make this like 3. Right, like the whole idea is I just want to make it so that all the colors appear highly saturated. But I have to do that in an RGB space and not an HSL space. I accidentally made it grayscale. I don't even know how I did that. What? Flashback mode. Alright, I think we were making better progress like this kind of thing. Isn't that what setting all the values be the same does? Shit, you right. Because it multiplies each thing by the same matrix, which is going to give me a gray color via RGB. Okay. I'm picking up pieces. I think I want to swap the order of my passes. I think I want to do the color convolve first and use that to accentuate certain colors. And you are very big. And then use the blit to kind of just amplify it all at the end. Oh, we got blue. A playable blue, even. I learned RGB colors from a furry MMO as a kid. Lol, it's ingrained. Whoa, what? Wait, why is this blue? Oh, I know why it's blue. Yeah, I know why it's blue. Because this was set to a different color. So I had colors set up with RGB sliders. Oh, yeah, that would make sense. So we just multiply it by 3, and then this color modulate. I have an idea. I have an idea. Maybe? I don't know if I have an idea. I might have an idea. We're going to multiply by these values. 0.3, 0.59, 0.11. Zero 0.3, 0.59, 0.11. I'm going to see what happens there. Does the blit doing what I think it's doing, by the way? That would kind of matter. I might have just grayscaled it again. I'm gonna be pissed if I just grayscaled it again. Green. Green? Why do we have green? Wait, I know why we had green. Waiting ripped from other games, now I can't watch Morrowind footage without thinking about Sparkle Dogs. What the heck? Uranium Gaming, dude. We're fucking uranium again. Why? Why are we uranium again? Because this is the highest value here? What if I do like a 1.2 and then we make this all 1.2? I made this like a 2.3. This should accentuate the blue, right? Brother, I have no freaking clue what I'm doing now. You know the kind of shader I'm talking about? Everything's like fucking bit crunched, and usually the sounds are like fucking bit crunched or whatever. You can't bit crunch a visual. What am I talking about? But the visuals are all jank. Dude, for a second I thought a shader was active. I'm like, these aren't supposed to look like that. I've forgotten what the regular game looks like. We're back on this rave shit again. Really? What do you mean we're back on this rave shit again? I don't want the rave shit. All my matrices are like this. It's because of this. Right? If I make this 1.2, then we're gonna end up being like a little bit white, which I don't really want to do. All right, so it does kind of, but no, not really what I want. What if I multiply this by like 100? By the way, I don't know if that's actually gonna do anything, because that's for alpha. Which means anything that's transparent is gonna be not fucking transparent. That's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna make this 6. I'm gonna double the effectiveness of this as well. We're gonna see how that looks. Actually, what if I lower this and then we color convolve? I basically am getting rid of a lot of the white because I'm making the other stuff and then I'm multiplying. Oh wait, I have it. Maybe that idea holds some weight. Now I'm playing with a random photo RGB sliders and fuck ass website because I'm curious. Look at this, dude. I have made the world white. What the hell? What is this? This is stone. That's not stone. Ah, great. Everything's upside down now. Okay, so new idea now is I lower this. I'm like I'm gonna like cut this in half. The reason for that is it's going to, in fact, we're gonna go smaller than that. We're gonna go like 3. This is gonna make the it's gonna make the smaller colors much smaller, I think. And then we can like crank this to 7. And out of morbid curiosity, I'm gonna see what happens if we make this 8. Right, in order to make it like really high contrast, you wanna like I think the word is you want to increase like the color temperature or some shit. No, not the temperature. That's for like photos and shit. I don't know, dude. I want to throw it in a microwave. How? Where's the option to do that? Temperatures kind of makes the picture more orange, don't it? Maybe. Oh my Jesus Christ, that startled the shit out of me. I was like, what the fuck? Okay, so we got clouds up here, and the world down below. And this is over here. This now exists. Cool, cool, good for you. This notably is not baked. We got some chill music here. Is it not baked enough? 13. You better be bacon. It was not computer starting to die, it was random little pling sounds. Those exist in the game. So I'm just using them for that. Those are in the game normally? Yeah, they are. I will show you. This is a terrible spot to set it up. Oops. Bling. There you go. That's the pling. +1 knowledge. There you go. Of knowledge obtained. Can we consider this adequately baked? Have I burnt my food in the microwave? So before microwave, after microwave. Everything gray is just white. I mean, I guess we're kind of bacon. Blue is blue. Okay. This... why you sound so weird? Can you... stop. Jeez, bro. mean, it is kind of baking. We're kind of baking. We're kind of baked. But why? Why is there water directly above there? I'm not 100% sure how the system works. But have you done a setup with decreased blue and increased red and green about the same or slightly higher? Can you even can you even fine tune it? Yes, I can, right? Because I can... So I could, like, make this... like 1 and 1. We can keep the red... I assume this is keeping the red and the green and lowering the blue. And then we'll even set this to, like, 10. So now red and green are increased about the same. But we're going to be getting a much smaller blue value, I think. I might murder you if you get that light. Alright, you don't want to know the nonsense that I have created. I have created some real nonsense. While you were gone, I made a grayscale shader. This one's pretty cool. I made a color inversion shader. That's also pretty cool. Wasn't there another one? Oh yeah, I made a mosaic one. This one looks pretty dope. And then there's this one, where I'm just kind of throwing stuff at the wall and seeing, oh my god. It's just yellow. It's just yellow. Oh wait, we get a green outline. Oh yeah, because I have this. Okay, so, lesson learned. I guess. What if I set this to like 0.5 and 0.5? That did some shit. I don't even know what that was. That was beautiful. Just maybe not that intense. Now, if I can make it look like you have the worst lighting possible, like, we're talking those, like, really orange light bulbs that just look horrendous and make food look gross. If I can do that, I'll be happy. I'll consider that adequately baked. So, sort of like this, actually. What is this? That's snow. This looks disgusting. In order to make it orange, though, we need a little bit more red than green. Alright? A little more red than green. A little more red than green, and, so I'm gonna make this, like, 0.4, and I'm gonna make this... I'm gonna make this 8. This is gonna be 7, and this is gonna be 4. I guess. I don't know. This will shift everything a little bit to red, and then it's going to accentuate the red. A touch. Just a touch. That should make everything look gross. I will consider that baked. And Eclipse, this is why I am glad there is the entirety of the Atlantic Ocean that separates us. I am safe. Now I see a red blood hell scary shader. Okay. Why you make the ground look like this? I need less green, dude. I need less green. You will not be safe in Minecraft. Oh yeah, I'm about to get bullied to hell. Okay. Come on. You got this. I believe in you looking good. This has just been nonsense trial and error. Oops. No. Apply it. Oh my god, we're baked. We are baked! We are baked! I guess this is also the scary blood hell. My controls were inverted, you gotta be kidding me. We are baked. We are sun-baked. A little bit sun-baked. Now, instead of doing this, what we're gonna do is we're gonna multiply 5, 4, 3. 1.3. So now we're gonna exaggerate these colors with color modulate. I don't know what this does. I just put numbers in here. I'm gonna be honest. I think I know what it does. I can even add a touch of the green into here as well, and we could see how that looks as well. Just bake me. Turn on the sun. That kind of baked, but not. We lost the orange. We lost the orange. Because I'm dealing with values so large, I probably want this at like 2. We're gonna make this 2, 1.2, and 1.3. Right, no more spoilers for now, but yeah, we will take turns murdering you while you're putting us through. I couldn't have it any other way. Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. We are going to bake. And then we're gonna call this effect done. Once we've just modulated the colors correctly. Oh. Oh, we're baked? Yo, look at how baked we are. What does this look like underground? I don't know where that cave was. Here's a cave. It's a bit lesbian flag colors? Wait, it is? All I see is red. Oh, I currently have levitate powers. It's like blood water. Oh, it'll be red, alright. Yeah. Do I not have a lurk? I could have sworn I had a lurk. Maybe my thing broke. Now it's scary red. Now we're like Blood Moon, right? Like... Oh, I guess it just has to be that. There we go. Scary lesbian flag. I think it was the evening colors. Yeah, it was the evening colors. What have I done? Dude, the stick, by the way. Can we get an appreciation for the stick I'm holding? That was beaut. I think that's the problem. That was a little bit too much. I'm holding many sticks. But that glowy stick, dude, that was on some shit. I want to know, what color is sepia? Sepia? How do you say that word? I don't know. It was a reddish-brown color. Brown. Okay. Okay, look, listen. Because I have a great idea with that one. Okay, this is a little bit less baked. I don't know what this is. It's probably coal. That's the sun, by the way. Copper? Oh, you know what? You're right, that is copper. Oh yeah, I'm turning everything to gold, that's right. This looks... decent. I would hazard even to say playable. Midas moment. That's what this is, dude. This is Touch of Midas, bro. That's actually what it's called. I actually have it called Midas Touch. Every block you walk over, you turn to gold. Every block you interact with, you turn to gold. Any armor you're wearing turns to gold. Christ alive. I can make that like that. Maybe slightly less red. Because I would appreciate not diving into blood caves. Oh my god, dude, we're baked. This is almost like the sepia filter. But blood is so important. Don't I want a cave of it? No, I'm good. This is pretty baked. Plot of 17.5. You're so right. It is copper ore. You're so right. I think we can call this baked. Would we call this baked? My eyes are being baked looking at it, so looks pretty baked. All right. I thought I was bouncing. No, I'm just raving right now. That's what's going on. Yeah, we raven. Okay. Now, with us being baked, what I'm going to do here is we're going to take this, right? And then I'm going to multiply these values in this. Right? Because if we look at which one is it? If we look at the creeper one, notice how it only applies this, which is a modifiers used for computing grayscale. You only apply that to the green matrix. So if I apply a subset of this to these colors, I should get a sepia. Right? So that's sort of what I'm looking to do here. So, it's basically the same thing. But now I need, what, 112 divided by 256? This is 0.43, then multiply that by 0.3, get 0.13, or, yeah, 0.13. Alright. And then times 0.59, that's going to be 26. And then 1, that's going to be 0.04. 0.05. And now we do 66 over this. That's 0.03. And then 59 is going to be 0.15. And then 0.3. 3 is going to be 0.07. 0.07. And then for the blue, we have even less blue, so these colors should be smaller. 0.02. And then do it by 0.59. It's going to be 0.05. I think we're going to have a problem here. 0.11. We're just going to make this 0. All right, boom, we have this. Now I make the status payload for it. This is a record. We can do this like super quick. Sepia status payload. Sepia? How do you say this word? I don't know. You know what? Fair enough. Implement status payload, and now add all the unimplemented methods. Networking constants. Packet ID. Boom, got this. Throw it back over to here. Registry byte of sepia status payload. This is the codex. It's going to be packet codex dot tuple packet codex dot boolean, and then we're going to get status, and then we're going to get new. This is public static final. On send callback, we're doing nothing. This is going to return ID. This is going to return codex. I did that wrong. This returns codex. This returns ID. There's that. Now we write the effect. This extends shader effect. sepia status payload. We will add the unimplemented methods. This is going to be duration min. We'll set this to 1500. Duration max, that's going to be 1700. I just noticed time and BRB for min. Yeah, don't worry. Don't sweat it. Duration, sepia status payload here. Add the implement these methods. Turn chaos. Brother. Chaos effects dot sepia, which I will now add to here. SE. Right here. Oops. This can be final. My bake final? My bake is final. Now I need a couple things here. It's gonna be Boolean is affected. Client player tracking chaos effect is affected past the player chaos effects dot sepia. Is client tracked. Client player tracking is client tracked passing the player and chaos effects dot sepia. Track client. Player and then the status payload. And this is going to be client player tracking chaos effect dot track client. We're going to pass in the player. We're going to pass in, is it the payload next? It's the entry first. Chaos effects dot sepia, and then it's the payload. And this will return sepia effect dot is affected. We won't have it stack, that's fine. That's all good. Now we register the shader callback. Is client tracked. And then here, I need a new shader status packet receiver. Sepia effect track client dot register. All right. We definitely rapid fired that one because I am running out of time. I go do other work. What a shame. Okay, we have our bake effect. Something broke. Not register handlers, no payload type. Oh, yes, I forgot about that. See, this is what I'm talking about. I constantly forget this stuff. Networking payloads. Payload type registry, register, sepia status payload ID, sepia status payload dot codex. I would be great if I could automate a lot of that. And I looked into it, but it's like complicated. Anyway, we had the bake effect. We also have the sepia effect. That's now new as well. We got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 new effects. And I still have a couple ideas. Oh my gosh, this is actually sepia. Like this actually is it. Look at that old-timey filter. What does this look like under night? It looks like stuff, bro. And in the dark, this is like, I can't see shit. I love it. I'm keeping it. Alright, sick. So that's gonna basically wrap it. We just quickly banged that one out, which was great. We have a couple of shader-based effects now. I think we have like 5. Yeah, we have 5. Not bad, not bad. So that's gonna wrap it for me, because I'm gonna have to get going. I will be back tomorrow. I will probably... Actually, no. I won't be back tomorrow. Ugh. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stream tomorrow. I'm pretty sure. I'm like 98% sure. We have like cleaners coming in. They're like cleaning and packing stuff, and it's ugh. So I'm probably not going to, but yes, you can watch the Discord. Because I will make an announcement there. So I probably won't be able to stream tomorrow. But Thursday, we on for more Lost Branch of Legend. And then hopefully Monday we can finally get back to that Scarlet Tale of something missed. The Artificial Dream in Arcadia thing. Alright. That's going to conclude it for me. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining me on this journey. It's been a blast. I'll check you guys later. Alright. Peace out.